Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream. Today is Wednesday, May 26th. Let's jump into Shadowverse because we can see it's not loading the crossover image, which probably means that we might have some trouble loading in. If all goes well today, I think we could move at like a near breakneck speed. Because the accountability section, that's a nice card back, I suppose, basically boils down to I am drudging through Nancy Drew dossier, resorting to danger, and the game is just boring. It's just not good. Let's see. We have 2 10 rupee things here. Win a match via Bloodcraft, win a match via Forestcraft, and then win 5 matches with Bloodcraft. And you can see you're not getting a lot of gold if you take these solo player matches. That being said, there's a lot of times also where I struggle for a victory playing ranked, so probably isn't too bad. I played a little bit off screen, so we have a couple more points now. We're about halfway there, and I think very quickly we will find that we'll be done with this and won't have any real reason to go back and play any more of these. This deck is working somewhat well, but we need a Bloodcraft victory. Yeah, so as far as the accountability section, playing the Nancy Drew game, that's pretty much it. I did install a different plugin on my Chrome browser called Smooth Scroll, not to be confused with the Logitech Smooth Scroll that has absolutely no options, and I am trying to integrate that and adjust the settings. In truth though, I will say I don't understand it. The closest I've been able to figure out is to load this profile iPhone and then reduce the step size from 120 pixels down to 60 pixels. What I want to be able to do is to scroll enough that it's not jumping over things, but I also want to be able to scroll fast. And so it is a double-edged request, and one contradicts the other. You can't do both, or at least I can't figure out how to do both. But the default settings were not particularly good. The Opera settings, the Internet Exploring profile wasn't particularly good. I don't know what this pulse algorithm means, but right now I've got it where it's good enough. I had it before this point where you could get it a much lower resolution, fewer pixels being stepped over every time you mouse wheel down and up. I think part of the problem is just my mouse wheel. A better mouse probably would be a solution here. Yeah, that would probably work really well if I just had a mouse wheel that had a considerably higher number of impulses it sent when you did move the mouse wheel, and a higher degree of control. But that's not something I had considered so far. I kind of oddly am still stuck in a place where I guess I could get a completely different model mouse next time, because I wanted 4 of the same mice to take apart for parts for a project, a very long-term project that's still on the back burner. And sure, I have a lot of those.
Seek what is not there.
But there is also some things that I'm running into where I'm like, you know what? This is probably the last time I'm gonna do something like this in the next few decades, maybe the rest of my life. There's some artists I've been following that I'd like to potentially support, even though it would be kind of wasteful monetary wise. That there is a certain point to say, hey, I've enjoyed this art for a very long time, and maybe I should support it.
You've been chosen.
This is probably the predecessor to a big scenario where all of a sudden I waste the money on some higher level on the hierarchy of wants, way above the hierarchy of needs, and then some major thing changes, and then I have a huge need that appears deep down at the bottom level of the hierarchy of needs. I have no idea how this deck is really supposed to be played.
Today is your lucky day, my friend. Go! Go!
Probably not a terrible thing to evolve.
There's a wave coming. Time to splash out.
Yeah, and since that's all there really is to talk about, we can then just quickly go through the video game news. Theoretically, we'd like to be able to get through all the games and all the news today and do some fall list cleanup. Like theoretically, we want to do that every Wednesday. It is occurring to me now I've made so many changes, and I will probably never have a point where I can just say, alright, this is locked in stone. There's no more changes that are going to be made. So that probably would never happen, so I might as well think about potentially making a special video just talking about my setup and workflow. That would be very not video game related, but hey, what can I say? That was the most successful video on my channel ever, was a non-video game related video, and if I have information I should try and share it. Like,
there's always tomorrow.
Let's see.
To desire transformation is sin.
Let's go ahead and attack here. Buff this guy up.
If you would destroy the garden,
And what does Unselfish Grace do?
excess.
So apparently, to play this card, you have to get Unselfish Grace, and you have to have it play fairly quickly.
Oh yeah, this party owns bones.
You get it.
Stars are so gorgeous.
Okay. What damage to all followers would clear this field off, whereas I think pretty much nothing else would.
Party's over.
play
what
that.
is necessary. How
5
short-sighted.
turns.
How short-sighted.
Hmm. So yeah, let's go through the games. We have a game here on Steam called Metalworking, which looks ugly. It looks like just a bad, it's like Middle European cartoon. $1.79, English only. See, and this is probably an instance where I would like it to scroll a little bit faster than this. I've never really thought about how nauseous I'm potentially making somebody by scrolling down, but anything that slows down the scrolling here is going to definitely affect the overall length of a stream. 1 second there, 2 seconds here. Okay. Let's go ahead and play this.
Void Claws, Terminus.
And I guess go ahead and play this. And
Sink.
hit that one.
My feet are giving out on me.
And then hit that one. And then attack there and attack there. Plus I had a 6 I could have done there. So we need to make sure that that got counted as our daily quest rewards. And I think that probably is the case. Yeah, solo mission, that counted. So we could just jump back into this and play 4 more times. Or we could play 1 more time and we could jump to something else. Fairycraft or the other one. Let's see.
Time to get started.
Yeah, and adjusting a scrolling plugin is just another example of just trying to tweak settings, like I'm doing on my Wi-Fi and failing miserably to figure out what the problem is. Definitely some of it is literally just my ISP. Like, it seems to just drop some packets and drop the connection. And yeah, I don't know what to really do. I guess I could complain to the ISP and then they would probably go, we don't see anything wrong on our side. But yeah, it may very well be that the wire from point A to point B is old. Here we have a game on Steam called Estonia Resurgence, which looks like a Diablo game. Dungeon crawler. They're calling it a massive MMO. So it requires a third-party account. It's English only. It's free to play. Nothing there. Let's see, I adjusted the acceleration now, so that feels a little bit faster. And so I may just need to be constantly adjusting the acceleration. But like, I would like to be able to, for instance, line up the top of the screen where it says about this game. And I can't do it. And I may not really be able to ever do it without just grabbing the scroll bar and moving it up and down. Even the scroll bar really does jump quite a few pixels. And that would just be on Chrome, certainly. Next we have a game on Steam called Capcom Arcade Stadium, which is 38% positive, so mostly negative. What did Capcom do to peeve off so many people? Well, you can immediately see that they're just reselling you old, emulated, obviously, ROMs. Was this the game that maybe had the emulator illegally added into it? Maybe. Let's see. We'll read some reviews. It has 20 Steam achievements and seems to only come with one game of 1943. This is the whole thing is labeled, but then there's all kinds of stadium packs, which means you can get the game for free, get one stinking game, and then they want $40.50 for the other games, which is a massive expense. Let's see. Should I play anything? Let's just end the turn. Let's see. I've been playing 1943 and Ghosts and Goblins. I guess maybe it comes both. And they run fine, at least for as far as I can tell. There's no input latency to deal with. There's a lot of nice borders and filters, but I don't recommend this title due to the anti-consumer practices. None of the games can be purchased a la carte. You can only purchase them in a collection of 3 bundles, and there's no way to mix and match. If you own Street Fighter Anniversary Collection and the Capcom Beat 'em Up Collection, too bad, so sad. Ghosts and Goblins, not free, according to this review. Here we have one. Why package these games for the nth time if they're not going to give them any respect? I simply do not understand why they went to the trouble of making a gig and a half of digital space for games to exist in, but all the cabinets are generic and bootleg. No authentic cabinet art, looping compressed videos for adjacent cabinets, attract modes. Getting into more details there as far as complaints. Capcom never disappoints us when it comes to disappointing us. Yeah. And certainly when you come out with a poorer product like this, and it just goes right back to the thought of why not just use an emulator? Why not have RetroArch and get these ROMs wherever you can find them? These versions of the software, I feel like at least at some point, and this is a personal opinion, were abandoned and became abandonware. And so I don't feel like giving the Capcom of 2021 money for something that was made by completely different people in the 1980s serves any benefit to society in a whole. Yeah, these Capcom is a great example of one of these video game companies, or just companies in general, that are just sitting on the licenses of old games and not actually making any major new games of interest. Let's see, if we could just see
A shimmering future awaits. Oh,
like the games
Fruit flies.
here. Like, there's not been a new shoot 'em up in the 1940 series probably in 3 decades. There have been new attempts on remaking Ghosts and Goblins, Ghouls and Goblins, but there hasn't been a true sequel to it. It's just been, hey, let's figure out a way to make almost the same game over and over again. I would say the newest Ghosts and Goblins games is perhaps an exception to that statement, because that did seem like it was trying to change the gameplay a little bit, but people didn't like that anyways.
I'll teach you all the steps.
Let's see. Vulgus, game I've never heard of, looks like a shoot 'em up. Pirate ship Hiragama, 1942. There hasn't been a Commando game. Let's see. Just looking at all of this. There was an attempt at rebooting Bionic Commando maybe 10 years ago, and that was the last thing that they've done with that. Like, there's definitely ways you could take the exact same games and at least remake the graphics, even if the shooting layout is exactly the same and you don't want to really change the combat things. Street Fighter 2, yeah, yes, the Street Fighter series has been continued, and that's one of the few series that Capcom is still kind of working on, but that's really the exception to the rule. And yeah, rest of these look like they are mostly shoot 'em ups or very similar to shoot 'em up games. Ghosts and Goblins actually kind of stands out for being one of the few side-scrolling games in the series. So that's hardly a collection that's even really attractive. I played that poorly. It just helped him.
Oh yeah, this party owns bones.
But certainly we can also go down this investigation. And yeah, you have the Resident Evil Village series. And so you highlight that. Clearly there are different divisions under Capcom. The let's milk the old games versus let's milk the new games. And they do the same thing. Like, Reverse here is a game that really doesn't need to exist. It is just an attempt to have a multiplayer experience added on to a series that has never successfully been a good multiplayer series. Let's see, and then you have like Resident Evil 3, and then you have the milking Mega Man. Although, in all fairness, I will say, I think they are at an earlier stage with the milking and re-releasing the Mega Man games than they are with some of their arcade games. Ace Attorney is a very different style of game, and so they're still working on that. Onimusha series is still being worked on. Like, what is really pathetic here, like Street Fighter V came out in 2016, so you're talking 5 years ago since they've even released a Street Fighter game. Lost Planet is pretty much abandoned. They're not doing anything with that. Devil May Cry, I'm not sure if they really are doing anything with that. There have been more recent Devil May Cry games on Steam, and so those must have been published by some other publisher. The thing that's funny here is it really does just feel like there's no reason for Capcom in particular to be doing this. It would make a lot more sense if they had some pride in their developments.
Time to get started.
And I'm not saying abandon like the old games to emulation alone, although for most players that is the right solutions right now, definitely. But take those old series, give it to an intern, say, hey, we just want you to change the sprites on this from running in this custom, probably CPS 1 emulated code, that the Capcom whatever play system, I think is what CPS stands for, if I was to guess. Take those games and like reverse engineer them if you don't have the source code, which very possibly Capcom doesn't have the source code to them, and build them in Unity so we can release them on other platforms. Make the graphics nice and 3D. Make it so it looks at least 2 times better than a standard low effort shoot 'em up game that gets released on a near weekly basis on Steam.
Show me your dead.
But
Let's
yeah,
get this concert rolling.
that's where you would want to take it. You probably would want to merge some of those games into 2 or 3 games in a series into one game. That way it is much more of a lengthier experience. And then you can reboot the series. I wouldn't immediately just assume that there isn't some way to convince the newer generations of game players to get into shoot 'em ups, and to some extent. I could see shoot 'em ups working. I could definitely see them working in Japan, because I don't feel like shoot 'em ups ever really died. There's something you can do with Commando and Bionic Commando as a series of games, because you can take that in a silly direction, and you can at least
The void.
have
It
some
beckons
kind of
me.
platformer.
The void. It beckons me.
Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Bullets. What's funny is there's a picture here in the title, and I've never seen that before. So, it's some Asian character, and then Bullets. It's clearly just an asset flip first-person shooter. You can see at the beginning it says Unreal Engine 4. They are now teasing out Unreal Engine 5, and there's an early access beta if you want to check it out, or sneak peek. Maybe not really even a beta. This game is 99 cents, and English and Chinese. It's labeled as something different down here as its title. Let's see. Just keep on playing.
Should I try? Oops, my hand slipped.
And at a certain point too, I know I'm not off base with the disappointment in Capcom releasing old games poorly.
Now I feel like crying.
Although I don't know how you release them well without irritating somebody, because at a certain point, I suppose art conflicts. Yeah, this is totally the case. Art conflicts with capitalism. Capitalism is nothing has value unless it has monetary value. Simply, humans are worthless unless they're making you money, or themselves money, or society money. That is the capitalist mentality. So when you create art which is, by my favorite definition of art, an absolutely pointless, worthless
Wouldn't you agree?
item that is enjoyed simply for the entertainment of perhaps the creator themselves and no one else. You can merge art to a certain extent into capitalism, but there is this concept that has always existed that art would have a copyright for a brief time and then it would go into the public domain so all of society could enjoy it for free and it would benefit all of society. Kind of what the intention of most artists and creators are in the first place.
The hour of judgment has come.
But interesting. Why did that not take damage? Oh well.
I can't sing another note. Hey, let's play. Stars
But
are
yeah,
so
when you have
gorgeous.
something from the 80s that's been sold 2 or 3 times, it at this point is moving towards needing to be a product that is in public domain and let other creators who are more interested in actually doing something with it take a crack at these creations. Alright, well.
One arrow shower and it's goodbye, Evo. I was too weak. Is Peter giving out on me? 1, 2, 3.
Yep. I guess that's pretty much what it would have to do is video games in particular need to enter the public domain faster to avoid these kinds of problems of just big corporations just milking their old library and not looking forward to not creating anything new for society. Like when you have managers in a board meeting sitting around trying to figure out ways to scam and trick people out of their money, they're not adding anything positive to the world, and that's unfortunately a lot of board meetings. There very possibly might be an argument that copyright in video games in particular should be a right of first sale only, in the sense that they can sell that game the first time, but then as soon as it's no longer for sale in a reasonable amount of numbers, then it goes into the public domain as just being kind of abandonware, or the general concepts do. Maybe we'll even make an argument that the video game developers deserve a right of first sale and second sale, and this is the wrong phrase to use. I can already tell you that, because the right of second sale means something completely different. But like for the purpose of this, maybe they should have the right to sell it on an original platform and any other platforms while it's still being sold on that original platform, and then they're given maybe 10 years after that to still have a right to it. But like that would be about it. Like because if you think about it, some games definitely get sold on like the Wii U and then they got sold on the Switch, and you wouldn't probably want to say, well, everything that was sold on the Wii U became public domain and could be resold on the Switch, which was a much popular product. But if a Switch 2 came out and they were reselling games on that's a different scenario. Although in all fairness, we are in a current scenario where the Switch has come out and on their eShop they're reselling games from the NES era and Super NES era, which is like 5 generations ago and 30 years ago.
It's your throw.
And that is another scenario where Nintendo reselling old NES games and being able to sit on the copyright of old NES games did not benefit society as much as if those concepts in those games were in the public domain. And all of those games were basically abandonware, as I define it.
It looks like I'm up.
So, yeah.
Show me your dead.
1, 2, 3, yay! La 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 la.
And that certainly, and I'm just going on a rant here, and another economics rant, surprise, surprise. But no individual gets to sit on their laurels that way very much. Sure, you might have someone who wrote a book, Steven Spielberg, who makes a movie or something, and that they're getting maybe a few dollars here and there on residuals from their creations. But nobody working in a restaurant says, boy, did I cook that burger yesterday, great. I can live off of that, or I should be getting paid a bonus every single day off of that burger I made yesterday, in perpetuity, or for the next 30 years.
Avoid. It beckons me.
And if it were a system where that actually happened, then it at least would be, there'd be an argument of it being a little bit more fair. But basically nobody gets residuals for their artistic creations in the video game world.
Spins are the key to this dance. Once you hit your limits, the real practice begins.
And it really comes down to a question of just like, some people really need to ask themselves what are they contributing versus what are they taking from society, because there are definitely a lot of manager type people at Capcom that
Is that how you treat a lady?
that are not
Feel my
really
feelings. I
doing
can't sing another note.
anything creative or beneficial to society. Anyways, let's move on. Here we have a game called The Night of Fire Steering 2, which looks like it's a top-down RPG. It doesn't look very
Shimmering future
nice.
waits.
Like most JRPGs try to make the characters look a little bit more interesting. That is something I've been noticing about the Nancy Drew game, is that they have actively made it so that you see certain cutscenes where the characters are facing away from the screen and you're just looking at the back of their heads. They clearly hired like the laziest, cheapest animators ever, and I know they were trying to go to 3D, but clearly that failed miserably as an experiment. This game is not English supported, it's free, it's Chinese only. But yeah, it is just befuddling for me, who I'm not even a huge fan of looking at people in the eye and looking at faces, but even I can tell if you're making a kids game, which I assume Nancy Drew has to be a kids game. Even I can tell you that you obviously want to show the characters' faces when they're talking. That's just like basic logic.
Go! Go!
Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Flex Hooks, which looks like a
Are so
kind of simplistic
gorgeous.
puzzle game. 99 cents, English only, nothing there of interest.
Okay, ow.
Here we have a game called Gmode 09, which looks like it is a mobile phone game that has been ported to Steam. I think these games actually were kind of liked. At least that's the perception Gmode is setting it off as. And I could get it, certainly, that particularly in Japan, old mobile phone games might have some nostalgia around it. It's $4.49 Japanese only. Yeah, I could see some people maybe getting nostalgic and wanting to go back that way. Although I am not sure I believe that Japanese people actually do get nostalgic for anything. So that would be the big question as to Japanese people in general being so fad-based. Would they want to go back and play something old, or are they just onto the new thing? I often wonder, even some of the biggest items seem to not have as big of a nostalgic following as you would expect it to. Like when Sailor Moon came back, I don't think it particularly had as good of a following as it should. Just gonna hit this, and then I guess I can play this for no reason, and then I can only do that. Next we have a game on Steam called Soarland, which looks like it's basically nothing, just one of these sandbox type games, survival games. $11.99 English only. I will say I kind of like this a little bit softer, low polygon animation style compared to some of the harsher low polygon animation styles we've seen in other games. Oh wow, I screwed up there.
Show me your death.
I thought this only did.
Show me your death.
1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Let's get this concert rolling.
I didn't realize that this would do 12 damage divided between all other followers. Here we have a game on Steam called True Game, which looks like it is a visual novel. Maybe a Chinese visual novel. $5.59, Chinese only. Doesn't look terrible. Notice we are getting through these solo quests way easier today. Next we have a game called Higgs Boson Minimal Puzzle, which I assume you have to solve the whole puzzles
Time to get
to
started.
force the two bottles to collide, otherwise they will just repel each other. I don't think there's really enough of a game here. Let's see. We have this for 59 cents, English full audio. What is this game? Bonds and Memories. It's a jigsaw puzzle game with the red string of fate. So, looks like this developer makes cheap puzzle games, puts them on Steam. And really at this point, that is such a small offense compared to all the other awful games that get released on Steam, that it's downright quaint to say, oh, this company just puts mediocre quality games on Steam. Here we have a game on Steam called The Soul Survivor, which looks to be just probably an asset flip platforming puzzle game. Seems like they're tagging it as a hack and slash game, but notice there's no video here, which I thought Steam had forced everybody to have a video. $9.99 English full audio. Steam definitely needs to force everybody to have at least one video, because if you can't get that far, if you can't even make a video of your game, then you're just not at the level of skilled to be able to deserve to be listed on Steam or most storefronts. Here we have a game called Coolers with 2 O's, well 3 O's, COOLORS, misspelling the word colors in 2 different ways, because you can do the British spelling with a U, or you can do the Western American spelling with just 1 O and then another O later. This is 59 cents English full audio. It's nothing. Next we have a game on Steam called Lipstick Assassin, which might be a game, but probably isn't. It's probably just an asset flip collection of animations and movements in the attempt at making a game. You can see you're slicing to this character and he's not reacting at all. You can see the frame rate, it looks like it's running incredibly poorly. It's all taking place in a very small area. $9.99, third party English only. So, yeah. I am not impressed by that. Let's see, what do we want to do?
Each life has a different value.
Here we have a game that's all in Asian letters, which looks like a cell phone RPG game. With no interest, free to play, Chinese only. We still are getting flooded with Chinese products, and that it's a weird position to be in, certainly, because like if you were to just say, well, by the percentage of the population of the world, there should be maybe half of all games are Chinese products. But if you go by that mentality, then every storefront of everything gets flooded with cheap Chinese products. And that's not just digital games, I mean just everything. So there needs to be some curation of quality. Even I have to agree with the Chinese government in their approval rules of their games, in part when they are talking about, hey, we don't need thousands of more gambling games, or we don't need garbage games that are of particular low quality. Now, of course, I disagree with a lot of the other censorship that's happening there, and it's all censorship in the long run. And I guess there's a difference between the Chinese government censoring the right of a game to exist at all in a country versus Steam, a storefront curating what they're going to sell. Even if Steam is the de facto largest storefront for video games. What I suppose I need more than anything would be a curator to curate the games that I would like to curate and look at. Someone who does what I do with exactly the same taste as me and mentality as me, who could be 100% trustworthy and you could trust not to censor or editorialize on things other than quality. And that's an impossible order. Really. Moving on, we have a game called Touhou Double Focus. This is another platformer, it looks like, of the Touhou series. Looks like it might work. It's a Metroidvania. It deserves a follow. It might also be incredibly boring though. $8.79, Japanese full audio, English, Chinese subtitles. Yeah. It's a little zoomed in for a Metroidvania game, which tells me you're going to be fighting fairly strong enemies, or the game is going to be super easy. The Touhou series, I wonder if there is more of an emphasis on the characters than I'm really getting. Because, like, if I were to compare it to, like, the Senran Kagura series, all those ninja girls in the Senran Kagura series are the same characters. So, by the third or fourth game that you've played in the Senran Kagura series, you probably know them very well.
Let me hear your bravos.
Hey, check this out.
Same would be true for the, like, Neptunia series.
Heart over.
Oops, my hand slipped.
See, this one silenced that one. That's what happened last time too, and that's why it didn't kill it. Let's see. We also have Touhou Ginso Wanderer Lotus Labyrinth R, which is a dungeon crawler game. So clearly more Touhou games coming out. This one, English is not supported. It's $27.99. Chinese subtitles, Japanese full audio. See what do we want to do.
I can't sing another note.
I go with the wind.
Than that. I can't play that.
Okay, this one's all me.
A second wind blows. Got to roam in style.
But
Oops, my hand
Let's
slipped.
see, that one got silenced again. Next we have Epic Palace Kenosis. I feel like this game had already come out, so I don't know if this is out of early access or what. We are seeing more games do this. I've seen this happen 2 or 3 times in the past couple of weeks, where a game suddenly gets a new release date, and from the looks of it, all the screenshots look to be about the same, and it has 3 user reviews. My fear here is that there is some way they have figured out to remove a game and relist a game, and that lets them delete a bunch of negative reviews, and that is something that cannot be allowed to happen, because then that completely compromises any credibility that a video game store might have.
To desire transformation is sin.
Oops, my hand slipped.
So I'm not really figuring out how I'm supposed to play this deck, because clearly I'm supposed to buff up this character so he can attack twice.
circles.
So Epic Palace Kenosis still just needs to stay on the follow list. Here we have a game called Dardoa, which is tagged as a horror surreal game. To me, it looks like an asset flip, low effort horror game. $2.99, English only. This is one of those cases where, unless this trailer showed me a lot more in motion, which it isn't, I have to assume it's nothing. Okay.
Time to grind things up.
I guess I could have buffed up this and put +7/+7
How short
on this guy.
Oops, my hand slipped.
How short-sighted.
Hey, let's play.
Yeah, I started late today and I'm feeling sleepy already. And we're just burning through news, which there's a lot of that. So yeah, theoretically you would have done this to do this,
Child, let the heavens be your shepherd.
and then
How
you could have done
short-sighted.
18 damage in 2 months in 2 attacks.
I did it. I won.
And since we're winning, we might as well just continue. Think we only need one more victory. Here we have a game on Steam called Star Station. It looks like it's a low effort Russian game from what I would guess. $5.99, English only.
Time to get started.
Weird for it to be English only and then for there to be Russian trailers with Russian letters. You know, it is, I think, fair to point out that some of the obviousness and just blatantness of some of these low effort Russian games does indicate that it could be very often that there are companies out there or entities out there that make their games to look like a low effort Russian game when they're not actually made by anyone who is actually Russian or possibly even speaks Russian. And at this point, I think there is just straight up a genre of low effort Russian games, as much as that is a description of an actual origin of where the games are coming from. And we may very well see the same thing where there's just a genre of cheap Chinese games, regardless if they're actually being made in Taiwan or Singapore or Philippines or somewhere completely different, or even Japan. And you can make the same argument, and this is an unfair comparison, but it'd be you can make the same argument that American games are games like Call of Duty, militaristic first-person shooter games, and that's just all what American games are. But that's more of a positive comparison versus two negative comparisons.
I'll teach you all the steps.
A negative comparison would be American mobile games that are match 3 games or terrible free-to-play things. Let's see. Can I do anything? I guess I can do that.
Over.
I guess I can do that.
Your
Next we have a game on Steam called Students Horrible Studios Stories Fin, which looks like a RPG horror game. English not supported, $7.99, Korean only. What's funny is this doesn't seem like this is the last in a series, even though using the French word for the end, or would kind of indicate that that's exactly what that would mean. See, next we have a game on Steam called Simulation World, which seems to be a kind of simplistic black and white physics simulation game, maybe with some more puzzles going around. It almost has the feeling that you're walking around a world that was designed to look like a frustration platformer, but you're actually not frustration platforming around it as much and breaking out of that generic gameplay mechanic. Yeah, which with some more visual polish I might be interested in a game like that, but nope, I don't think so with these visuals. $4.79 English and Russian. Just desperately trying not to die, so
Fresh manna melons and potion fruit.
let's just play something. Yeah, we have a game that's all Asian characters, so it looks like a low frame rate platformer of terrible low effort graphics. $3.99 Chinese only.
Bonafide good time, wouldn't you agree?
Fruit flies.
Next we have another game that looks like an RPG Maker game. All Asian letters. 84 cents, Chinese only.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Yeah.
gotta be kidding.
I think it's too dangerous to die here, so
There's always tomorrow.
let's take somebody out. I don't know why that survived. Next we have a game on Steam here called Gone Upstate, which feels like it would almost be the sequel to Gone Home.
So sparkly.
The world cycles on.
Kind of looks like it's one of these games. We saw another one like this where you're in a survival environment and you're kind of building your own farm and homestead. Although this one seems to have monsters of some sort, and a lot more focus on the shooting. Early access, $13.49, English full audio. I don't think there's enough game here. It's a hunt, build, and craft. Like that there clearly is some kind of monster. Uncover mysterious creatures. Yeah. And I don't know if the idea of adding cryptids to the mix makes it a better idea compared to the other game. I don't know if it does a good idea at all. Let's see. Alright, we've got to do this.
The hour of judgment has come.
Here we have a game on Steam called Camu's Offering, which is tagged as a platformer exploration puzzle game. It looks a little bit too much like a frustration platformer for my taste. Plus, it doesn't seem like you're really interacting with anybody or doing anything other than trying to get from point A to point B. Let's see, free, so English full audio. Check it out if that interests you.
I was too weak.
Boy, it's nice to just win. Kind of sucks that you're not getting any real ranked rewards, and the daily rewards are particularly low. Although I can't complain about the daily rewards being low in the single player rewards, considering how I don't even bother to get the single player rewards on a daily basis. So I am missing out, at least 4 out of 7 rewards every, well, no, it's actually closer to 8 out of 14 rewards every week.
Time for me to prove myself.
No, it would actually be 12 out of 21 rewards each week that I'm not getting. If I was to get all 3 rewards done every single week, every single day. Moving on, TechRaptor has a review for a game called Strangeland, which you can see is very strange looking. It looks like it's one of these dark horror point-and-click adventure games. And yeah, I recall seeing this. Unfortunately, TechRaptor didn't like it. They gave it a 5.0. They say Strangeland is an interesting foray by Wormwood Studios into the more artistic side of gaming, but will leave many feeling unfulfilled. That has been my experience in other horror games, point-and-click games I've played. The pros are excellent voice acting with cast led by Abe Goldfarb, whoever that is, and absolutely stunning pixel art with unsettling color scheme. The cons is the plot makes no sense, characters have little depth to them, the story is told through a plethora of metaphors that are never explained. Well, there must be pretty bad metaphors then, if they're not ever explained. If they're not obvious and self-explanatory. Although, in all fairness, I would say it is not unheard of for horror art to just be weird for weirdness sake, and there not really be much of an interpretation or explanation around it.
Show me your death.
Stars are so
There's plenty of like short movies and full-length movies that are not utter nonsense if you think about them, and it's just random weird imagery. And sometimes the utter nonsense and the weirdness is the part that invokes the horrific feeling anyways. Yeah. Next we have a game on Steam called Demon City, which just looks like an RPG maker. $59.99 is an extremely expensive game for a Chinese RPG. I kind of feel like what happened here is that the Chinese companies had to meet a quota, or it was near their financial quarters, and
Uncharted desert
unless they
awaits.
started putting out a lot of games.
Time to break some faces.
Here's that game Strangeland on Steam,
I'll teach you all the steps.
and we can see that it is 96% positive, and so far. So the general public seems to be enjoying it.
Best of luck to you.
And yeah, I could get that. We may eventually get to the point where I start to realize that some of the new riders, in particular that TechRaptor have taken on, just aren't well informed. They don't do enough research, or they're just, I hate to say not smart enough, but they may straight up just not be smart enough to be covering the types of games they're covering, and we may start to see more instances of them being off the mark.
You've gotta be kidding.
And yeah, I don't know if there really is any need for me to even be looking at any other video game critics reviews of a game. Like, at this point, I probably should 100% let the mob rule, as it were, and let them lead me astray on the rare occasions that I think actual people who actually bought the game might lead me astray in their reviews of games. Like, we don't see a lot of fake reviews astroturfing on Steam, at least anything that looks like that. We don't see a ton of review bombs that feel illegitimate, in my opinion, on Steam. So I don't know if I really need somebody else to tell me whether a game is good or not.
The uncharted desert awaits.
And those acorns flying out of the woods.
Okay.
You're done for. First MVP. Hey, let's play. There's a chance for a grand slam.
Okay.
What an
Smack that.
How fun!
Smack that.
My feet are giving out on me.
Do I want to evolve? I can't anyways. As for the game Strangeland, it's already on my following list. It's $13.49, English full audio. So that will just stay on my follow list.
Get this concert rolling.
Here we have a game on Steam called Adriatic Pizza, which seems like it is almost a rotoscope 3D environment, to make it look flatter in 2D. The problem with it is it seems like you may very well just be making pizza, and it seems like it is a very weird color palette to choose if you were going to work on a limited color palette. It feels like it is really just a weird experience anyways. It's a peaceful pizza YOLO 3D simulator. That feels like a joke game to me. $4.99, English full audio, early access. Is there a reason why it should be allowed to be early access? I don't think so.
Cheers for a grand slam!
Let's see.
Not one for praise.
Let me hear your bravos.
Smack that. Smack that.
Let me hear your bravos.
Let's play. Cheers for a grand slam!
Hit that.
I won't stop singing until there's world peace. La 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 la.
see. Gamasutra has a blog here. How we're making our first business strategy game more accessible for players with visual impairments. Which, yeah, I suppose you might think that something that is very mental would work well with people with visual impairments. And I love the idea of being able to make things bigger, because that is something that I'm constantly having trouble with. And I don't think by any real standard I'd be considered visually impaired. The problem is I'm stupid and I put a TV 10 feet away from me when I needed a monitor 2 feet away from me at most for looking at PC games. But yeah, these are visual impairment adjustments, not full blindness adjustments, whereas there might be, if you had full audio narration, there very well might be a argument towards the ability to turn a strategy game into a game that blind people could actually play. Next, we have a game on Steam called Imagine Earth, which looks like it is a colony simulator. It's rated very positively. I don't know if it's really my style of game. $14.99, English full audio, bunch of other languages and subtitles. I'll put this on the fault list, but I think I would have to think long and hard as far as whether or not that's something that I would actually want to play. I think more and more I'm getting to that position where there's just some good games that I would potentially want to play. There's some good games that I just potentially wouldn't want to play. That's what I meant to say there. So that gets me up to 9,570 of 17,000. We didn't even open any packs today. So let's go do that now. We are effectively done. And so that puts us in a weird scenario, yeah. Because I think the only thing we're looking for now is just 3 ranked victories of any type. Which that might actually work nice. Takes too long to get into these menus. Yeah, 3 ranked or unranked or arena victories are the only daily quests that we have, so I can just try to work my way up ranked, playing whatever I want instead of actually trying to do this. How did I end up with a card pack for this expansion? It's definitely gonna stop happening. There is an interesting argument here. If I looked at the amount of gold I have right now, we need 37. If I had 3,700 gold, should I at that exact instance just open up the last few to get to tradables? Probably. Like, that would make a lot of sense to do that, because knowledge is power, and the quicker you get knowledge, the faster your advantage is. And until we can figure out what tradables really means, there's a question. That very possibly is the first time we've ever gotten that card. Yep. And if we did well on that draw. You should just continue because that feels good, and because there might be a glitch in the pull rates. Play until you lose. Although, theoretically, mathematically speaking, what I should do is, if I open a pack and I don't get a successful pull, whatever defines a successful pull on opening packs, I should double up and then open 2 packs, and then I should double up and open 4, and I should just keep on doubling my bets. Of course, there's a maximum of amount of currency one can have before you're spending real world money, and even at that level, there's a maximum chance of you're not going to have infinite amounts of money. Let's open 3 packs. Yeah, let's go 4. The only reason I'm not opening all 7 packs right now is because I'm just saving some up to have something to open on Friday. Plus, I don't want to particularly have to do deck rebuilds, even if I did get new cards. I suppose with the next creation of an expansion, I probably should only craft the cards that are missing in the previous expansions. That way I'm not opening packs and getting duplicates on very low level cards like bronze cards. So I do want to maintain to always have all the bronze cards, but I don't want to craft using vials bronze cards on a brand new expansion where I'm probably going to get all the bronze cards anyways. Alright, back here. So come over here, come over to rotation right. And we're going to just go with the boring, hopefully win deck. We have the game Maneater now on Steam. It is rated extremely very positive. It is $33.99. De Nouveau, third-party EULA, English and German full audio. You're playing as a shark. You're, I think, given missions to attack humans. You maybe don't always play as a shark. There is a video here where it seems like there's a pregnant shark is caught, and then the baby shark tries to eat the fisher, and he seems to be chasing the fisherman in as his final like victim / goal. This looks like it might be fun, certainly, but it also looks like it very easily could get fairly dull. It would be interesting to compare this to like Echo the Dolphin, which is a peaceful game, and see which one is more fun, because you still basically have a game that is all water levels, and there's some danger in that. Regardless though, I'm going to put it on the wish list because it already meets that metric. Now, there is another shark game that was announced. I'm not sure it ever actually came out. However, and so I can't remember what the name of that game was. Actually, it's very possible that there actually wasn't another game, and I just thought there were 2 games because I saw 2 fairly different looking trailers.
This armor's turning out pretty useful.
So yeah, that could also have been the case.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
It definitely isn't a concept where you could have a Maneater every year. it's something that only is going to work once per generation when you can get the graphics to look pretty good and the mechanics and the game controlling fairly well. That gives me back to
Back straight, eyes forward.
hit that,
Did I not pray hard enough?
and then
A fair a day keeps the doctor away. Did I not pray hard enough?
My blade is your salvation.
that's probably an early evolve.
Legs into each prayer.
It was unnecessary, but we'll do it. Check Raptor has an article here. Sony is working to bring big PlayStation IPs to mobile, which, yeah,
You were done for.
you'd almost think that they would have to do that because they can't really make PlayStation hardware at the moment, so bringing it to cell phones makes a lot of sense. It also would make a lot of sense that they would effectively go in the direction of changing things up,
Wings of light.
because the new guy in charge of Sony is not really interested in doing things the way they used to be done. But even if you look at this trailer, you've got Horizon, which is already on PC,
I've no home for the likes of you.
which would also be hard to kind of play on mobile, even in an online streaming service, which is, I think, what they're probably focusing on. God of War on mobile would be hard to control. Both of these, all these games would be hard to control, really, without connecting a PlayStation controller to it. Ratchet is probably the closest game that would make sense on mobile. Uncharted is also a fairly old game. There hadn't been an Uncharted in a while. Let's see.
There is not a soul without sin.
I will save you no matter the cost.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent.
I played that poorly.
Let judgment fall. Let judgment fall.
Had I killed that guy first, then evolved this, it would have attacked that. And, well, it wouldn't have really mattered that much. Jermaine said that Sony is currently exploring the mobile market with some wonderful PlayStation franchises. Yeah, that might also be just a blow-off answer to a shareholder, too, so they may not actually be really interested in going in that direction. Let's see. Hit that.
That's hot.
And then hit that.
That's hot.
And then hit that.
You're in good hands.
Let judgment fall.
And hit that. Next we have a game on Steam called Tennis Manager 2021. This doesn't look like an actual tennis game. It seems like you're just managing tennis players, which sounds incredibly boring. Early access $29.74, English and French, allegedly full audio in both. Next we have King of Seas, which seems to look a lot like the other pirate game that Microsoft is always promoting, but it I don't think actually is. Unfortunately, this game is mixed with enough reviews to tell me I'm probably not interested in it. It's $24.99, bunch of languages. See if we can see a negative review. It's reminiscent of Sid Meier's Pirates and hints a lot of that game's enjoyability, aka pirate life and booty. However, even though in its early stages the game is already a grind fest, I spent most of my time just picking fights with other ships and generally winning because the combat seems to focus on the enemy simply being stronger than you. Yeah, so people are just not enjoying it. Which, fair enough. Let's hit this. And then... Can't do another heal. Let's see. Next we have a game called An Airport for Aliens, currently run by dogs, which looks like a low effort joke game for $17.99. English only. TechRaptor has an article. Pokemon Gen 4 remakes and Pokemon Legends Arceus. I guess that's how you... Arceus? Probably. Yeah, Arceus. Release dates have been announced. Seems like they would do a better job of winding up for new announcements. So, Pokemon Legends Arceus is coming out January 28th, 2022, whereas Pokemon Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond are coming out November 19th, 2021. And I assume Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond are 4th generation remakes.
Here I go! Here I go!
Interesting. Do we want to kill this guy or do we want to just smack him in the face?
You're in good hands.
Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article here. 1047 games, and that's 6.5 million to support and grow its multiplayer shooter Splitgate.
Do not seek what
Haven't
is not
heard of
there.
this game. Actually, I think I have. This is the one where you make portals and then you shoot through the portals, potentially. Yeah.
Serves me right.
Well, with it getting a cash infusion, that probably does help improve
Thus, the world.
some quality,
An end.
where that would make a lot of sense to try and
Stop!
not try and not have a scenario where you are going to fail miserably
This is where I truly shine.
just because you don't have money. Right.
The world cycles on.
See, we're gonna win. Here we have a game on Steam called Wraith the Oblivion Afterlife. It's already mixed with 11 reviews, but I would be willing to give it more of a chance. It looks like it's a VR horror game. I really always have to question that. I don't know if these are monsters sitting in the chair watching TV or mannequins or what. Yeah, I always have to question though the idea of wanting to put on a VR headset in a horror game. That seems seems crazy. Seems like you play as a wraith too, so you're gonna be seeing these scary images, but then you would be a ghost, so you would be immune to it anyways. $26.99 is fairly expensive even for a VR game. English full audio. But I'm gonna put it on the follow list. This is one of those games too where there's that risk that some streamer picks it up, and because the streamer picks it up and plays it, it starts to get a ton of following, and that large following potentially bites you in the back end because it skews the reviews and makes the game look better than it is. Steam has that game Erica full motion video. The problem here is there have been several full motion videos and a lot of them have been reviewed badly. I think this was one that was received fairly well. It definitely looks like it is. So, I mean, it's already past the 30 review requirement. It's $10.79, which is fairly cheap for an FMV game. So I guess I just add that to the wish list. I'm almost 100% certain I remember Jeff Garsman of Giant Bomb saying Erica was mediocre or bad. But once again, this is just an example of I need to stop listening to mainstream video game journalists because they're out of touch and they just don't know what they're talking about anymore. If they ever did.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
Oh, I can't evolve, so I played that for no reason. Here we have a game on Steam called The Heroes of Eldamore, which looks like nothing. Although, again, a little bit more soft CG, less low polygon. This game is free, English full audio.
Turning out pretty useful.
TechRaptor has a review for a game called The Luna Sentinel of the Shards, which I think they're calling a dungeon crawler. It looks a little previous gen. They give it a 5.0. They say it presents a unique setting and interesting storyline, but struggles to break out of the hack and slash monotony.
There is not a soul without sin.
And
All the fluffy hugs.
What was I?
A Faraday
keep on
keeps the
healing
tempter
ourselves.
away.
Yeah, if I just keep myself healed, I think I can probably win. The pros for Aluna Sentinel of the Shards is a unique setting, great comic cutscenes, some interesting encounters and abilities. The cons are repetitive gameplay, not much level variety, and poor performance.
Tear through darkness in all its forms.
Here we have Anime Match on Steam, which is just a generic anime girls. It's literally the same character, just with different hair color and different bikini colors, different hairstyles. Wow, they figured out a way to win. Anime Match is $1.19, English only. Obviously not making it to the fall list. What is way more shocking in that it's not likely to even make it to the fall list, although I'll be generous and do that, is Biomutant. From publisher THQ Nordic, developer Experiment 101. Nobody seems to like the way this game is designed. I heard it has a kind of crazy narrator, and that's the narrator is translating what every other character in the game says, and every other character just makes weird sound effects. I've heard that it has a way too extensive armor and like upgrade system.
A dazzling victory
This
awaits.
visually looks like a very interesting game, even in this this video, it looks like a very interesting game, but from everything I've heard, it plays terribly. No, people don't even want to do the side quests. The concept of fighting a bunch of different mutant animals and having every character look very unique is interesting to a certain extent. Maybe it doesn't 100% work. The run and gun and hack and slash concept theoretically could work, but it takes a lot of polish. And yeah, this definitely feels like one of those games where they tried to do everything and then they became a jack of all trades and a master of none. And I think there probably is a way to go back and perhaps fix Biomutant. You could change some of the gameplay mechanics relatively easily, but I don't know if you've got a full enough investment to try and make it work as a game. There is something to be said, I think, about having games where the characters are just not relatable and not human. As much as it is visually more interesting to have weird mutant animals fighting other mutant animals, that this is something that makes sense in a web comic and a comic book where you don't have to sell hundreds of thousands of copies. But once you need that to at least some extent to have a broader appeal, I just don't think you can go that route. Honestly, I'm a little surprised that the Muppets even have as broad of an appeal as they do, because there's kind of a lack of humanity in even the Muppet characters in the way they're visually depicted. But I would say also Sesame Street was very smart in having half of their characters be humans.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Delivery Company, which looks like a clicker. Does not look particularly interesting. 59 cents, English full audio. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Valve gives an up-close look at a third-party Steam machines. There is talk of a Linux-based Switch-like device that would let them potentially have something to sell that would let you stream games from your PC to this Linux-based device. It would probably try to also expand into into an individual game player, so you weren't always taking up the processing power of your main PC while playing. There are definitely a lot of old games that could run on Steam perfectly fine and don't need any assistance in that category or streaming. That's not the only Steam machine. As we scroll down, it seems like there were some other just branded PCs that they're trying to partner with people.
Coming at you.
This looks like these are old Steam machines though. Like, these are all from 2014. And so, yeah. These were the Steam machines that came out 7 years ago and failed. Whereas right now they're talking about more of a Switch-like device. What? No. This article's wrong. I've been tricked again. Look here. This is from 2014. And they just... I hate Gamasutra for doing this garbage. You're gonna retweet something from 2014 like it's new news because you don't have enough effort in your bones to bother to write a new article.
I will rise.
That's just disgusting. One of these days I am gonna get frustrated enough with Gamasutra and just stop following them. But yeah, I know from other sources. Let me just forget everything I just said about the Gamasutra article, because that basically was just showing the old 2014 Steam machines. I know from other sources there's rumor that they're working on a Switch-like device that's Linux-based that will be used to stream games from your PC to this Linux-based device. It may very well be, unlike the original time, that they focus very specifically on one device. I am not sure that Valve did not lose kind of a patent fight with its controller set up on its Steam controller, and so they may just be trying to once again have some kind of
I will rise again.
video game console accessories. That is possibly what's going on there. Is that it may very well be that they are building this entire device out of spite and spite alone. But yeah, I could probably go through my list of games that I have, and I would say out of the 2,000 or 3,000 games I have, well, I probably only have like 1,000. Let's just say I have 1,000. I would bet that 200 or 300 of 1,000 of those games could easily play on Linux, and then a large percentage after that could procedurally be adjusted to run on Linux fairly well. And there is certainly a reason why you might want your lineup and your products to be on Linux more than just everything having to run through mostly Windows. I did see that one of the new features updates that you can install early if you want to on Windows 10 is supposed to fix a problem that I've personally had, where some games just totally mess up the full screen resolution settings of my monitors because they were at, I think it was because they were mostly at different dots per inch settings, and that's not even the case anymore. Everything now is at 100% dots per inch on each of my 3 monitors, so it's probably not an issue. That does mean my cursor should be working now, so my cursor should be like right on the nose of the skull, touching the tip of the skull. And let me just see if that's actually the case. Yep, in the preview screen that seems to be the case. I very possibly have been accidentally reviewing or I very possibly could have been recording with the mouse in the wrong place for years and not recognizing it.
Let judgment fall.
I can't move. May the gems guide you.
There we go. Gametsu has Shadow Warrior 3 Enemy Showcase trailer. so I'm gonna potentially have the top of this cut off, hit play, and it just bounces it back down. So what I need to realize next is, as I don't really care about this trailer at all, do I want these videos to clip to the top, or do I want these videos to clip to the bottom? I would assume I'd want them to the bottom. Now, as far as just using my mouse wheel to try and scroll these guys, and this is what was irritating me anyways, getting these guys exactly in the middle with a mouse scroll is not doable. There's too much floatiness right now. It moves too many pieces, too many steps. So, yeah. Shadow Warrior 3 is coming out on PS4, Xbox One, PC via Steam in 2021. As far as the actual news there. Yeah, it would make a lot more sense for it to clip to the bottom, because when I do the web peek, there's nothing happening on the bottom of the screen, but there is stuff happening at the top. So a little bit of a buffer there does make sense. Do we want to get 6 damage back? Do we want to kill that and then do that
Impossible.
and play that? Here we have a game on Steam called Peace of Mind, which looks to be another just survival game. Feels like some elements of survival games are being increased. Like we're starting to see more animal hunting and things that maybe are easier asset flipped these days than they were before. This game is $14.99, English full audio. Like, I wouldn't expect normally in a survival game to see a car and a dog and railroad tracks and a train. Like, those all seem kind of new.
Thus, the world ends.
Do that.
Did I overreach myself?
And then heal myself. And then heal and heal again.
Wings of light, show your might.
There we go. Here we have a game on Steam called Heroine for Hire, which looks like it is a visual novel style game. They're calling it a dating sim. They're also tagging it an RPG. I don't think there really is any RPG elements in this game. It's $7.99 English only. I'm not seeing anything particularly interesting as far as the art style or the story. See. Gametsu has a limited run E3's 2021 press conference being set for June 14th. It's going to feature over 25 announcements. I think I'm going to decide to go forward to not talk about events per se. I mean, technically it is news and I should talk about it. Oh man. I just got totally wrecked. What would really suck is if I paid attention to scenarios like this where you get beat in one level and I realized that actually the people are just have some way in which they're completely cheating. But it definitely feels like sometimes the game has some ways in which you can win that there's no defense to, and that is a game balance issue. But it is completely unacceptable to realize that people are like able to make cards do something that they say they shouldn't be able to do. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about dropping announcements for announcement things. See, Gametsu has an article here. A Nikitsu Koyuha Kuoni Kun 35th anniversary project begins. The high school delinquent turns 35. Apparently this game is known as Renegade in the West. Like, these little announcements are actual video game news, but they're also actually the most boring of video game news. Here we have a game called Itchith.ys, which sounds like some weird language. And it's tagged as a visual novel. It's $5.59. It's English only. Yeah. Visual novel with turn-based combat where your choices affect the story. You're a Fraser, a hacker who was recently expelled from university. Okay. I think I'll leave it at that because visually that game doesn't look interesting. Here we have a game called Antidei, which looks like a frustration platformer. Probably should just start calling them precision platformers like everybody else. With Collectathon, 79 cents, English only. Let's see. Guess we can go ahead and play that. Yeah, we have a game on Steam called Temple Fight, which looks like nothing, just like a demo. $3.99, English only. Do that. And then do that.
May the gems guide you.
And then do that.
No!
Let's TechRaptor has an article here. Everything revealed during May's Monster Hunter digital event. New monsters and more. Monster Hunter Rise. I think we probably know most of this.
You're in good hands.
Monster Hunter 2 Stories, Rings of Ruin was talked about apparently also. I guess if you're deep into Monster Hunter, you might check out that article, although you probably would do better seeking out the Gametsu article.
My blade is your salvation.
You're in good hands.
Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article. Miniclip has acquired the UK studio Supersonic Software to expand into the puzzle genre. Which, okay. And they have produced Puzzle Page, Picture Cross, and One Clue Crossword. Which doesn't seem like Supersonic really is known for doing a lot. Let's see. Gamatsu has Susha no Japanese Mythology RPG debut trailer. This might be an interesting JRPG game, just in the sense that you don't really see a lot around the ancient mythology of like umbrellas, combs, canisters turning into monsters. It is all very, very unique to Japan stuff. It's not your standard vampires, werewolves, things like that. They're all European based. So you see that that character has like a bell with an eye on it. This lady may be a monster herself, or the comb she's carrying might be a monster herself. As for the actual game here, it looks pretty much like nothing. And I don't think I'm a big fan of the bouncing up and down. And as for the actual RPG stuff, it doesn't look particularly interesting either. Yep. And that's just a Dungeons and Dragons Beyonder. Or I think, is it called a Beyonder? I don't think it is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's enough game around this though to make this interesting. And I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't come to the West. This is coming out July 22nd in Japan, and though. Alright. So if I do this, I can't do this. If I do this.
It looks like I'm up. Stop.
Let's see. Gametsu has Utawaro Mono Zon 2, adding Mikazuchi Shis and Itaka. Itak? I don't know how you'd even pronounce that in Japanese. I guess Itak, I guess would probably be the right way. Two separate syllables.
Shall be your refuge.
So you've got like several characters in what I assume is a fighting game? Not even sure.
I'm already a proper lady, you know.
How could you not understand?
Attack there.
Is that how you treat a
Attack
lady?
there. Gamatsu has Saints Row the Third remastered for PS5 and Xbox Series launch trailer. I don't think we really need to see the launch trailer for a remastered game, but we did see that it was not well received on Steam. Apparently it is a free upgrade for PS5 and Xbox Series owners, which that might drastically change your opinion as far as how things would go. This one,
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
and then this one, and I guess we end the turn there. I guess I probably shouldn't have tried to evolve this at that point anyways. It wouldn't have helped. Here we have a game on Steam called Space Girl 2038, which just looks like a side-scrolling shooter game.
Let's conclude.
$6.79.
Punish the wicked. Spare the
Shoot 'em up,
And that
side-scrolling
concludes
shooter,
today's
top-down shooter. I guess it's probably closer to a top-down twin-stick shooter than anything else.
I shall give birth to a new world.
By your will, O Lord.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Next, we have a game on Steam called Combat Casino, which looks like a cell phone game. Doesn't look particularly interesting. I'm not really sure what you're doing even. It seems like you may just be clicking fast. $8.49 English only.
Smiles are the best medicine.
Okay. Just gonna keep on trying. See, Yamasutra has a job for Per Blue as the director of product strategy as a remote location.
We'll lift some heavy
They apparently
structures.
worked on Disney Heroes Battle Mode, which this is more indication that Disney games are coming back, and Disney is back in the business of licensing that. Disney's doing a lot with their free time of not really
Done for.
being able to make Disney movies or run their Disney parks, and failing kind of miserably with the reboot of Star Wars, but still needing to go forward. I think they maybe had a moderate failure with Star Wars. It would be probably more fair to say that. I wouldn't call it a success, but it is also too much of an exaggeration to say that they didn't have success with Mandalorian and some of these side Star Wars movies, and that they had some level of success with at least one of these mainline Star Wars movies. I think 7 was fairly successful. It was just 8 and 9 that messed everything up. Anyways, moving on. Gamasutra. Amazon is going to buy the James Bond and Tomb Raider movie maker, MGM, for $8.45 billion, which arguably, I think, it had someone said this 10-15 years ago, that it would have been a joke to only be worth $8.45 billion for a major movie production company, and it shows just how much money and failure has happened in general around movies. Of course, the Tomb Raider movie starring this lady happened with little fanfare and was forgotten about. I seriously doubt we're getting a Tomb Raider 2 with this lady. The James Bond movies are going to be still under fairly tight restrictions, so you're not going to see Tom Cruise or any American actor play James Bond. They've already said that directly, and there is certainly some questions as far as just what's new that you can do with James Bond anyways to make it still popular. The RoboCop reboot failed terribly. The latest Rocky movies, I think, was alright, but not great. They haven't done anything with the Silence of the Lambs series in a long time, and I don't think they really could without just trying to do a soft reboot. Although arguably, maybe they could try to have a Hannibal continuation, reboot, remake of the Hannibal TV series. Although I don't think you probably could pull that off either, because you have the Clarice TV series happening right now, and I'm not even watching that. I stopped watching the Clarice TV series after the second and third episode. If anything, I kind of feel like Clarice is a boring character, and that is why Hannibal Lecter was a much more interesting character in Silence of the Lambs.
Smiles are the best
can play that. Let's see if we can destroy that. Let's see. I suppose it's also worth mentioning that the James Bond video game rights had been given to IO Interactive, so Amazon probably won't be able to do too much around that without shooting themselves in the foot. The idea of James Bond movies and Tomb Raider movies showing up on Amazon Prime only would be weird, but we might be moving towards that movement. Like, let's see. I don't know if there really is enough in MGM's lineup to interest me. And as far as more video game movie adaptations, on top of the kind of lack of success of the Tomb Raider movie, I doubt Amazon would try and go in that direction anytime soon. Maybe 10-15 years down the well. In a lot of ways, buying a movie company, you are setting yourself up to not have anything new to show until 4 or 5 years down the route, because you're going to, unless Amazon runs it very differently than the way every other movie company runs things, you're going to have all the old projects canceled, everybody start new projects that there are ideas, big struggles in financing, big struggles in finding agreement and getting the right people, and they are scheduled at the right time. There's just a lot of room for things to never get accomplished. So, yeah. It would be interesting, actually, if Amazon bought MGM and that somehow brought funding and a new way of doing things to the movie industry, and movies got made, and they were made for the right reasons in the right way, and were successful and highly well received, and managed to not perpetrate a culture of abuse and a culture of fraud that exists in the movie industry. Because there's a lot of problems. Like, I could see you buying MGM and then immediately having to fire half of the employees because they've all sexually harassed an employee or abused their position, or they're just completely incompetent, egomaniacal maniacs. Well, the bad news is I'm losing playing these ranked games. The good news is the only thing I need is 3 ranked victories, and I think I'll probably pull that off. Although I would have liked to have been able to pull it off faster. I don't think there's ever going to be a case where that happens. Gametsu has an article here. Warhammer Age of Sigmar Stormguard commented gameplay video is now available.
The eternal procession.
See if you want to check that out. We have a lot of Gametsu articles. Horizon Forbidden West State of Play is set for May 27th, which that's for the PS4 and PS5 initially, and then probably several years down the line will come out for PC. Let's see, Virtua Fighter Ultimate Showdown announced for the PS4, due out June 1st, which once again fighting game that, amongst a large collection of fighting games, that I'm not certain which, if any, I want to play. Of course, the Virtua Fighter series was the initial, like, PlayStation 3D fighting games. So no longer can it rest solely on 3D graphics. It's got to have some characters, which none of these characters look recognizable to me at all. They look like they are just kind of realistic characters in realistic clothing, which then makes it a little weird that you have like energy lines coming off of some of their moves. If you told me that the fighting styles in Virtua Fighter are the most realistic representations of actual real-world fighting styles, I might believe you. I don't know if that matters, though, particularly to me, because that honestly just looks dull. It doesn't really grab my attention compared to other fighting games. Gematsu has the Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis details with new areas, characters, skills, and roadmaps, and more. Check out this article if you have any interest in Phantasy Star Online New Genesis, which I think is actually closer to a remake of Phantasy Star Online 2 than 1. And they're just trying to make that make more sense. A game called Daymare 1994 Sandcastle has been announced for the PS4, Xbox Series, PS5, Xbox One, and PC. This is the prequel to Daymare 1998, and it's due out in 2020. Too many numbers, certainly. Let's see, do we have a trailer we can watch or jump through? Just always need to jump through the trailers, teasers, and the logos. So we have like an electrocuted corpse. It's getting its soul sucked out. That is a cool idea to have like a see-through backpack compared to like the Dead Space see-through thing. Yeah, you've got like a monster that seems to be sucking the life out of a human, or maybe merging with the human. Interesting. Well, that does look interesting and different.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
I did see a post on Reddit talking about how since there had been a trilogy that had recently been re-released and sold fairly well, the Mass Effect trilogy, that their next big option would be to do a Dead Space trilogy remaster. And yeah, I suppose that's true, but I'm not 100% sure. I actually believe they'd want to do that, and that would actually fix anything, or because at the core of it, the third Dead Space game really hurt the Dead Space trilogy as much as the Mass Effect Andromeda and Mass Effect 3 hurt the Mass Effect trilogy. And so if you were to make a remake, you're going to have to either change a lot in Dead Space 3, which you probably could do to fix some things fairly easily, but a lot of things would take a lot more work. I don't think you're going to have massive improvements in the graphics in Dead Space because the graphics, I think, for the horror game of Dead Space still look perfectly fine. As someone who recently just played them, those games, and I haven't played Dead Space 3 yet, but so there might just be less room for improvement, and there honestly might just be a logical fallacy to say that every single game is in need of being re-released. And as soon as you open that door and potentially release a trilogy of the Dead Space games, you have to then announce that you're making Dead Space 4, and I don't think that they want to do that. Where they've already announced that a new Mass Effect game is in development, and they never really gave up on the Mass Effect game series like they gave up on the Dead Space series. So there's fan desire for a potential combination of the 3 Dead Space games and remastering them. But I don't think that there's actually the developer publisher's desire to do that. Anyways, moving on. Mayhem Brawler launches August 18th. A new gameplay trailer is released for the PC, PS4, Switch, and Xbox One. This looks like an interesting beat 'em up game. And yeah, I would be willing to try almost any beat 'em up game, depending on the reviews. Apparently, they might have some comic book tie-in cross promotion. I'd say there is a point where these characters look a little bit dull, in that the girl and the guy both are in this kind of gray shirts, and so is the monster character. Like, it would probably be better for those to be in for them to be in something more intriguing as far as an outfit, or at least individualized outfits.
This here's the shady part of town.
Am I?
Let's see. Gamatsu has an article here. Dying Light 2 teases a May 27th reveal. Which, okay. It seems a little weird that Dying Light 2 would be teasing more of an announcement when they had already said that they had announced Dying Light 2 too early, and then they had to kind of delay it, and they had to delay it, and they had to delay it. So if they don't come out on May 27th and say this game is ready to go, it's going to feel like they are just jerking around their fan base, which is a little rabid and a little tired of the delays.
Things I do for fashion.
Here we have a game on Steam called Spinning Top, which you'd have to have a lot more visual polish to sell me on a game where you play as a spinning top. There might be something to that idea, kind of like as a mini game. I could see a spinning top that has like a bomb in it, and you have to, in a gameplay mechanic mini game, sometimes move that spinning top to a specific place to activate a switch or kill an enemy. Yet, I can see that concept being a secondary gameplay mechanic. It being the only gameplay mechanic seems ridiculous. I don't even think most people would want to play with a real spinning top, let alone a virtual one. This is $5.99, allegedly full audio in every language it supports, supporting allegedly 12 languages. Okay. If we do this, then we can still do this. can do this. Here we have a game on Steam called The Last Ones Left, all squished together as one word. A lot of trailers, a lot of videos. There's a decent chance this is a horror asset flip game, but there's a small possibility that this actually is a decent zombie shooter type game. So I'll give it a follow just to be careful. It's $9.99 English full audio early access. It's probably nothing.
This is where I truly shine.
Let's see. Skyward Sword has an opinion piece here. No, TechRaptor has an opinion piece here. The Skyward Sword amiibo is disappointing but not surprising. We had, I think, already kind of covered this. An amiibo that adds a ability to fly to a level at any point, even in dungeons, whereas everybody else has to go to a save station to have that ability.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Okay. Let's do this.
Thus, the world ends.
Blow on, dear wind.
Let's see, what do we want to... Do we really need to kill something? They're just going to summon skeletons, so killing this is probably your best bet.
Everyone needs an afterlife plan. Thanks I do for fashion.
I'm trying to buff up the character as much as possible.
How you treat a lady?
Careful.
There we go. We should win. Here is a Gamma Sutra article. Report says Valve is eyeing a return to the console hardware with leaked handheld called the Steam Pal. This is in 2021. Linux-powered hardware built to play Steam games on the go. It's a Switch-like device that's been in the works for some time. Currently, it's just a prototype.
Cycles on.
Let's see.
Sight. Check. Frills. Double JDs and gentle coats.
Apparently, it's going to use USB-C to connect to a large TV. It's going to have about the same form factor, although a wider screen than the Switch, which probably would make some sense. From what I was seeing, I thought they had confirmed that it was going to stream, and thus the PAL indication. If it was going to be its own thing and potentially designed to be marketed as a product that could play games by itself, the PAL
Not a soul without sin.
name wouldn't make the most sense.
I will save you, no matter the cost.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent.
Yeah, I love this job. Of course I do.
We'll meet again.
There we go. It's very possible that this hardware never actually comes out.
So long as there is light.
It's very possible that it is not well received. Just off the top of my head, if I was to think about it, I would still way prefer to be able to get a cheap used Nintendo Switch than the Steam Pal. because I don't have a lot of times in which I'm not in front of my computer but would like to stream. I really don't have a living room couch setup that I spend a lot of time in, and thus, since I'm always in front of my computer anyways, it would just make more sense to be in front of my computer. Plus, I couldn't record, I couldn't use my headphones, my microphone, so the whole idea does not work well for me. Plus, if I use Switch, then I'm playing the Nintendo games that I want to play, whereas a Linux PAL is just letting me play the games I can already play.
The eternal procession beckons.
There pretty much needs to be a system where you could play one AAA game like on your PC and still use some of your extra graphics processing and CPU processing to play a more simplistic, like solitaire type game on the Steam PAL. Otherwise, you're running into a scenario where you just need to give a individual computer to each individual person in your household. And I suppose maybe you could play a 2-player game and one person plays it on the Steam PAL on like a split screen setup, and maybe that would make some sense. Or player versus player, 2 people playing 2 different instances of the same game. But then that gets down to almost a licensing issue of, do you have a license to run 2 copies of the same game at the same time? And most games would probably say no. Moving on, Gametsu has a platformer called Marsupial Amy Hoob Adventure. Those are long words. Anyways, it's been announced for the PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Apparently you're supposed to find the ghost and reverse the curse. Seems like it is a kid-friendly platformer in the works, from what I'm seeing here. 2D Donkey Kong Country type experience. Although I don't think it actually is from the creators of Donkey Kong Country. In games like this, I always want them to succeed, but so often they kind of fail miserably because they just don't play well. They're too frustrating. They've got nothing new to say or show. This is just same pictures on different medium. Well, that's enough screenshots then. Yep. So I really hope that succeeds, but I would be cautious to get overly hyped about a game like that. Psychonauts was yet another example of that, where there was not quite enough platforming in Psychonauts to really make me feel like I was having a good experience with the platforming concept in that game.
I love gold again. Of course I do.
It's beautiful tonight.
Let's see. Gamatsu has an article. Axiom Verge 2 has been delayed to Q3 of 2021. Which, fine. I didn't. Not super interested in Axiom Verge 2 since I didn't particularly love Axiom Verge 1. Sonic Central News live stream is set for May 27th according to Gamatsu. So we'll probably get some more announcements there. We did 2 damage. sure
Needs
that
an
dies.
afterlife plan.
Kill
Looks like
that.
I'm up.
The fates I do for fashion.
Gamatsu has Disgaea 6 Defiance of Destiny demo now available in the West. I don't think I'll be playing any of the Disgaea games going forward since I rage quit the first one.
No way!
Here we have a game on Steam called Memory Illusions. Clearly Steam told people that they could have pictures in their name, and tons of people are now doing that because this was not something that you could do a week ago. Let's see, Memory Illusions looks like it's a VR game. It looks like it's kind of asset flippy. Doesn't look particularly interesting. It's early access for $19.99, English only. I think we can just skip that.
May the gems guide you.
Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Steel Nations, which, yeah, looks like nothing.
This year's
Once
the
again, a
shit.
logo or a picture. Yeah, this is new. This isn't something I did. I guess the easiest way to test this would be to just turn off all the ad blocking and see if that changes anything. Nope. It doesn't. So yeah, it totally is a new thing where you can just have icons. Steel Nations is $19.99, English allegedly full audio.
Even in death.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
Let's see. Gamatsu has Dead by Daylight Resident Evil Chapter launching June 15th. I keep going quiet, I realize that. Which I don't think I really care enough to watch these trailers. Dead by Daylight is the multiplayer game. Okay. This would attack twice. This would attack twice. You need this. You need this.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures. A fair a day keeps the doctor away. Harder, faster, holier.
Okay, and we need to be able to do 4 damage, which at best is just going to do that.
Put your legs into each prayer. Back straight, eyes forward. And that concludes today's sermon.
I just lost. The Legend of Heroes Kuro no Kisekai launches September 30th in Japan for PS4. This has apparently been updated.
Not the end.
Let's see what the update is. They added a screenshot of Judith and 2 scans from the magazine via famitsu.com. Which, okay. They also have Famitsu's scores from issue 1695. They gave Biomutant a 31 out of 40, which is a fairly low score. DC Superhero Girls Teen Power for the Switch, a 32 out of 40. Returnal got a 35 out of 40.
Mother, father,
which is a pretty decent score. And then Wings of Darkness for the PS4 and Switch got a 28 out of 40. I'm kind of more interested in seeing a review or some gameplay of DC Superhero Girls Teen Power. It's not like there's a ton of kids games that get released on a day-to-day basis, so it would be nice to see a few good ones make it out there. Gematsu also has an update where Relayer has been confirmed for the PS4 and PS5, which I imagine the update is just more of the images from Famitsu. So it seems like at this point they are just straight up always going to scan in Famitsu pages, which I don't know how it works in Japan, but I wouldn't be surprised if they would have been on a little bit better of a legal grounds to not have all the text in there and only have the images, because and actually directly talk about each image. Arguably maybe these are ads and not articles, thus none of it is copyrightable in Famitsu. This would be under Japanese copyright law, so who knows, or maybe they have the license or permission. But yeah, if these are actually commentary from Famitsu writers about the characters and not just ad copy, there's a decent argument that they're committing copyright infringement just putting the whole thing up. I've seen people review comic books, for instance, in the West, and they seem to resolve around the idea that if you block all the text, you can show specific images, but if you don't block all the text of the comic, then you probably need to talk about the very specific line of dialogue, which that's a big ask, frankly, to say here's one sentence, now say 5 sentences about this one sentence. Gematsu has Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl launching May 19th. We had already heard about this, but we have a screenshot image to look at with Gematsu's page. And then they also have Pokemon Legends Arceus launching January 28th. The Legends series, I assume, is set in the past. Set before the present day of Ash Ketchum, or whoever you're playing as nowadays, which may not be Ash Ketchum. Actually, you never played as Ash Ketchum, did you? You played as Red. Just a character named Red in the Pokemon game.
The things I do for fashion.
Here we have a game on Steam called Magic Defense, which is clearly just a tower defense game of no quality. $4.19 English and Russian. Okay. This would give me 2 back, which then lets me do some damage here. Which then lets me do some damage here. Here we have a game on Steam called Patchwork Image. I guess I have to applaud people taking advantage of putting icons in their names now, because like that's something on my YouTube channel I just have no artistic skill and no desire to do it. So like I have for years now basically refused to put thumbnails on any of my videos, even knowing it probably would get more people to look at my videos by quite a lot, because I know personally, with my incredible lack of skill and just crippling inability to make any kind of art, I would spend an entire day agonizing over trying to make a thumbnail, a single thumbnail or a thumbnail template for a game series, and I still wouldn't probably accomplish it in a day, and that would take away from a day in which I could have been making content and playing the games, which is what I want to do. These little, are these called tanagrams, I believe is what they're called, puzzles? I would like to see a good version of this on Steam. I don't know if this is that good version with just the color gradings in the background and kind of mobile game looking interface. It's $1.99. It has only 35 levels, and that's the problem. It's also English Russian, which makes it a little bit suspect.
There is not a soul without sin.
My blade is your salvation.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent. I'll live again.
Is that how you treat a lady?
So yeah, I can't put that game on the fault list. Here we have a game on Steam called Arid. It's just tagged as an open world survival game. Looks like it's first person. Looks kind of visually polished, even though it may just be asset flips. We need to see this in motion. It's from a university, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is a kind of walking simulator student project. I guess at that point it's probably worth showing off. Why they'd market it as early access, I don't know.
This here's the shady part of town.
I guess I'll put this on the follow list. If they're promising more by calling it an early access game, I'll leave it. It would be an interesting idea to have a game project start by one group of students, and then just say have the teacher kind of spearhead it so that every year the next generation of students work on the game some more and improve upon it more. That probably wouldn't be particularly fair, but it would be a way in which students who only work on a game for 6 months could possibly have some hope that their game in some form or way actually gets finished. And at a certain point you have to just say, this project's done, let's start a new project. But yeah, there is a disconnect between the 4 to 10 years it takes to make a game and the 2 to 4 years to get a bachelor's degree in programming.
By your will, O Lord.
So, but also students shouldn't be expected to ever be able to make a good game. And they should probably be working on smaller portfolio building vertical slice projects instead of working on one game only or mainly focused on one game. Like the purpose of education is to educate the students. It's not to create a product for the rest of society. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called VR Fight COVID-19, which just looks like a terrible VR shooter. 59 cents for a VR game is incredibly cheap. Allegedly it supports a bunch of languages.
Check. Frills, double check.
Let's see. TechRaptor has a review for the game Don't Forget Me. which looks like a point-and-click adventure game, maybe with some programming in it. They gave it a 2.0. That is an incredibly low review score. Don't Forget Me is a game with an interesting premise of memory removal and dystopian futures that falls flat on the face for a variety of reasons. Pros, great premise, cons, everything else. This is definitely not a good summary at all. This is a very, very low score from this staff writer. What's funny is she basically has not written anything for TechRaptor in 2 months. That's weird. And then she did the Strangeland review, whereas people on Steam completely disagreed with her review. The Doctor Who The Lonely Assassins review, which I can't remember if people agreed with that or not. It definitely feels like there are some of these reviewers at TechRaptor that should wash out, because some of their opinions are just not falling in line with the general voice of TechRaptor as a narrative. And yeah, as much as it may be annoying to have CNN push the same narrative because their main people in charge are pushing the same narrative, it would also be fairly confusing if 1 hour on CNN was pushing extremely right-wing talking points and then the next hour was pushing extremely left-wing talking points, because there's too many people that come in and act as guests and hosts and commentators on something like CNN to be able to remember each person and their perspective on each topic. That's where TechRaptor feels like it's rolling down to, is that I'm starting to have to look at the bottom to see who wrote which article, just so whether or not I should say, oh, this person always has the opposite opinion of me, so I should look at it from that perspective, or this person always has a garbage opinion, so I should just ignore them completely. But yeah. That's not to say that she wasn't completely right about Don't Forget Me. That I would just say that way you just say everything else is bad, you need to pick four or five things and mention them. The top 4 worst things about this game. It is simplistic, oversimplified wording that is not something you should use as a journalist. Let's see, Gamma Sutra has an article. An investor class action suit against CD Projekt Red will be submitted in June. Let's see. Which I guess the investors are unhappy with how poorly CD Projekt Red's game Cyberpunk 2077 sold because of its buggy nature and bad press. Let's see, Gametsu has Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate Episode Intermission, pre-launch previews and gameplay, if you want to check that out. I feel like you are going to be dragged along, though, with the Final Fantasy VII remake game for years and years and years. And I'm not sure you're ever going to be given a satisfactory experience. Gamatsu has a turn-based tactical RPG called Reverie Knights Tactics announced for the PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Let's see what this reveal trailer wants to show us.
Every shot is a miracle.
It has a nice polish to it. I don't know if I really want to play a turn-based game, but this looks very nice, and certainly nice visual polished graphics helps. It also seems like it is going in its own kind of unique fantasy style. It doesn't seem to be just aping the standard Tolkien-esque fantasy completely. What are we gonna do here? I think we play this. And then
My blade is your salvation. Faith is an expensive no.
I think we
The
hit
smiles
this.
are not free.
I've been spotted.
Gamatsu has a retro-inspired 2D action platformer called Berserk Boy, announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. We're getting a lot of announcements, which is funny because I don't know where these announcements are coming from. That video's gone private. That's the weird part about this is I can't think of a experience, an event or anything that would have happened.
You're in good hands.
Let's see. A first-person survival platformer called Escape from Naraka has been announced for PC. Do we have a trailer for this?
Though creation waxes
Punishment
and wanes.
This is from Head Up Games. This looks like it is a platforming game. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think there's an experience here. Seems like it's kind of taking that concept of the Pac-Man in 3D and you collect crystals before you can escape, and instead taking it to the next level and making it a parkour, jumping, dashing, dodging puzzles, fighting enemies.
So I said, I will rise again.
And it seems like it's being a kind of Middle Eastern type environment. There might be something to that, but I could also see it being fairly annoying. See this,
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
then this,
All the fluffy hugs.
and then this.
A fair a day keeps the doctor away. Harder, faster, holier.
And evolve this to do 4 damage.
Wings of light, show your might. Put your legs into each prayer. Back straight, eyes
That
forward.
one, I guess.
You are forgiven.
apparently they 3D scanned a lot of the elements from Escape from Naraka, which I have to just assume Naraka is like the Indian version of hell. It's made by an Indonesian team called Zelo Games. And it might be something else.
Offer salvation, just gratitude.
Though creation waxes and wanes, its light shines on.
See, Komatsu has a article. Mercenaries Blaze Dawn of Twin Dragons is coming to PC on June 10th. It's currently available for the PlayStation 4 and Switch. Which, check that out.
Not the end.
Yeah, I guess I can't really sing the praises too much of this deck. It's still clearly not a full winner, and you pretty much are always going to have that scenario, is that if you're just playing a deck that everybody knows about in the top meta deck, it's got to be so powerful that it wins even when people have strategies against it. And maybe Shadowverse is just a little bit more balanced than that. Let's see. Komatsu has an article here. A game called Graven is now available in early access for PC. Full launch to follow in 2022. Do we have a video here to see what Graven looks like? It looks a little low polygon. Yeah, 3D RPG fantasy game. First person. Not sure that that's what I would want to play, really. Yeah, we have a game on Steam called Kaigrad. Kaigrad. Which looks like it's some kind of Russian visual novel. Different art style. And I like the different art style, but still looks just like it's an interactive book. English is not supported. It's free. It's Russian only. So I guess we play this. Yeah, we have a game on Steam called World of Aircraft Collider Simulator. Which, yep, seems like it's a flight simulating game or glider simulating game. Doesn't look particularly interesting. $29.99. Fairly similarly overpriced as a lot of flight simulator games. So, if you were interested in that, you'd have to put it on your own personal follow list and see how people's receptions were for it. Here we have a game called Alchemy Emporium, which there's a lot of games on this level.
Double check.
Basically, it's a cooking mini game, but this time with alchemy. And it does have decent visual polish here, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually fairly boring too, because it is, like, at the core of it, just a management game. Yeah, I think just for my own sanity, I have to skip this. $18.99 is fairly expensive too. English, Italian. My fear is that I put that on my follow list, don't realize that it's a management alchemy cooking game, and end up purchasing it thinking it's something completely different. I already kind of mentioned this, but Gamma Sutra has this article. Epic is letting devs take Unreal Engine 5 for a spin with an early access launch. Yeah. They are definitely, with their beta releases and early access launches, trying to highlight the visuals in Unreal Engine 5. I think they also are releasing new versions of Unreal Engine faster than they probably should. And I'd like to hear a lot more about improvements to your workflow as far as making gameplay mechanics, or improvements to audio, or just improvements do anything other than we made it look better. Because, yeah, you can make it look better. Good for you. That doesn't inherently mean that anything else is better. If it doesn't play, if games don't play better, if the programming isn't faster to accomplish, Unreal Engine isn't much of an improvement.
Love blooms forever.
Gamma Sutra has an article. Tencent has acquired a 3.8 stake in control developer Remedy. So we continue to see Tencent trying to own a share in as many Western video game companies as possible. Oddly, we don't get any news about them really owning stake in any Chinese video game companies as a Chinese company. Which, that probably means something.
Smiles are the best medicine.
Let's see. Kimetsu has a slice of life simulator called The Garden Path being announced for PC. It's due out in 2021. I feel like we had heard about this game, but frankly there's so many slice of life games that get announced anyways. Yeah, so far there's not anything particularly interesting there. Let's see. Kimetsu has Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin, 4th trailer and screenshots if that interests you. I'll go ahead and skip that since I'm not interested in that. Also, they have Monster Hunter Rise version 3.0 updates launching May 27th if that interests you.
Double check.
One of the things that may be an issue, and I'll have to reboot my computer a couple more times, is it does seem like OBS loses its connection to the voice meter banana virtual audio devices, and that might be because of those just being shut down as drivers when you reset a computer. So there might be a whole process there where I need to exit out of OBS before I reboot my computer, which is not a big deal. I just have to remember to do it consistently.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
Okay. Let's play that. And play that.
A fair a day keeps the doctor away. Harder, faster, holier.
And then
My blade is
take
your
that.
salvation. Put your legs into each prayer. Back straight, eyes forward.
I'll live
Yeah,
again.
it probably will be a huge hassle at any point in the future if I end up having to like reinstall Windows to set up everything I've set up at this point. I can see the beginning of the end, which is good, but it also implies we're not going to do much, if any, of a file list cleanup today. Let's see. We have Gamatsu, the Smurfs mission Vilif. Violif. I assume this would be Village, but maybe not. Anyways, it launches October 25th. They've got some screenshots. Typically we don't look at screenshots, I know, but I would like to kind of figure out what kind of game it is. It does look like it's a 3D platformer. It would be very nice to see a Smurfs game be a successful 3D platformer compared to just a random game. Because
To the zenith, for there I will rise.
random games can only go so far.
It looks like I'm up.
we have a game on Steam called Reign of Arrows, which looks like it's a VR archery game where you're fighting big monsters, which, even though the visual polish isn't great here, this looks more like a game. As an on-rail shooter, which that in VR feels like that would make more sense too. $14.99's not too expensive for a VR game, English only. I would like the graphics to look a little bit better, but I'm gonna put this on the follow list because this
What was that?
does seem to scratch the right itches, as it were. Here we have a game on Steam called Beat 'em Down, which is just a low polygon first person shooter. It's free, English allegedly full audio. Let's see.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Alright, well, this is going to kill me.
You're in good hands. Rings of light, show your might.
I'm surprised I can even survive this long.
Frills, double check.
Let's see. Komatsu has the PlayStation Plus free games for June 2021 being announced. Operation Tango, Star Wars Squadrons, Virtua Fighter 5, Ultimate Showdown. So, yep. Those are happening. Komatsu has the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 official video game launching June 22 in the West for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, PC, and Stadia. There is a major question as to how many people would actually watch the Olympics this year. I think the number might be fairly high. If people are now out of jobs, don't want to go back to work, I could see a scenario where people have a little bit more free time and less things they can do with their free time because of the pandemic. Tickraptor has an article here. Sakurai isn't retiring despite rumors to the contrary. This guy looks fairly young for a Japanese person. Masahiro Sakurai.
Did I want gold again?
Let's see.
Ladies
He
and gentlemen.
works on Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Afterlife plan.
I think there's been a lot of teases and thoughts that he was going to retire because he's tired of doing Smash Brothers games. But he's also too young to retire from the looks of him. So he needs
shall give birth
more than likely someone that would give him different work. And sometimes that's harder to come by than you would think in Japan. You don't just quit jobs in Japan, that's the issue. Okay. This is gonna kill me.
Ladies and gentlemen, follow me. It looks like I'm up.
Feel the emptiness.
Thus, the world ends. There's no other way. There's no retreat.
I will save you no matter the cost. I've got all the magic I need. Is that how you treat a lady?
The moon is beautiful tonight.
See, I think I've just lost.
The world cycles on.
maybe not. But probably still. Anyways, Gematsu has an article. Out of Space Console Edition is now available for the PS5 and Xbox Series. Out of Space looks to me like it's some kind of well, let's just look at their Steam page on it, because I am not sure what it really is. It's a very positively related player versus player game, player co-op focused.
I'm coming for you.
You need to generate resources. Yeah, it's a co-op game, so doesn't look terrible. Probably isn't that popular either, though. I imagine, have enough time to play one more game with the news that we have, and well, we have an infinite amount of time, really. Here we have a game on Steam called Castle Flipper, which the idea of flipping a castle does not make as much sense as House Flipper, and it is mostly positive. I feel like I saw another game that was very similar to this, or the same game. This is English full audio. I'm gonna put it on the follow list, but I'd have to think. I would only get Castle Flipper if it was to supplement covering House Flipper. I don't know if I ever want to even get House Flipper. Here's that game, Aluna Sentinel of the Shards, that I think they didn't really like. But you know what? I'm not even gonna be able to listen to Tech Raptor's reviews anymore. I'm just gonna have to put everything on the follow list and trust the mob rule. Yeah, there's nothing that looks bad about this. This looks just like a Diablo clone. Maybe the graphics are a little rough, and that's about it. Gematsu has the Unreal Engine now available in early access. Here's another test screenshot. And I keep promoting these super high level graphics. So they talk about Nanite, a virtualized micro polygon geometry system that enables you to create games with a massive amount of geometric detail. Lumen, which is a fully dynamic global illumination system. Open worlds that would load faster and easier and more collaborative in terms of all sizes. Animation improvements. Meta sounds for authoring the audio. And then enhanced editor user interface and workflow. So yeah, there's definitely some potential improvements. Of course, if I was just to click on this 15-minute video, how much of this is them talking to your face? Yeah, I think that's probably a lot of it. This demo. So I guess if you are interested in the programming in Unreal, you'd want to watch that video, but most people probably are not that interested. TechRaptor has an article here. The Dying Light 2 PR kit leaked, stream announced for later this week. All of a sudden my scrolling seems to have stopped working. I wonder if that's possibly because these pages are very old pages and I need to reload them. Yeah, that's the case. Second I hit the reload button, it scrolls way smoother. And I don't know if anybody else is feeling that effect, or if that would just be me
It looks like
feeling
I'm
that.
up.
Yeah, I love this job. Of course I do.
Let's see. TechRaptor has an article. Graven launches onto Steam Early Access later this year. I think we had already talked about this.
Darling,
Just
you complete me.
Tie 'em up.
reload all these articles. This is a comic-inspired platformer called Marsupilami Hoob Adventure, or Hob Adventure, according to TechRaptor. So there must have been some kind of
Yeah,
comic that was slightly inspired by
of
that,
course I do.
but it inspired it slightly. Although, frankly, you could say something was comic-inspired just because you read one comic and claimed that was your inspiration.
It looks like I'm up.
Let's see. Here we have a game on Steam called The Dream Libra Had, which just looks like a ugly RPG game. Top-down shooter, maybe. It's free. English, Japanese, and Chinese. Here we have a game called Murder at Midnight, which I bet is a werewolf-style player versus player game. Early access $7.99, online PvP only.
Yeah, I love this job. Of course I do.
Here we have a game called Wedding Designer Prologue, which looks like a demo for a game that looks nothing like having anything to do with being a wedding designer. Unless the general idea is that you're converting a farmhouse into a wedding venue. Which I guess maybe you are. Which really makes me wonder what the real game is going to be. Seems weird, to say the least. Yeah. I would really want to see if this game actually is something, or if this is really just they had some assets that they could flip of wedding location or wedding decorations, and then they had some assets they could flip of weird locations like a
Is that how you treat a lady?
let's just hit that.
I'll live again.
Weird locations like a barn and such. Yeah, but since that's a prologue, we don't need to deal with that right now. We can deal with that when the game actually comes out. TechRaptor has an opinion piece, The Appeal of Escapism in Gaming. Which, okay. Sure. Limited constructive escapism I think is fine, but you have to be very careful to not fall into mentally detrimental escapism in a lot of ways. I would argue a lot of people who smoke, whether it's vape or cigarettes or tobacco or anything, use the smoke breaks as a form of escapism in escaping from life and dealing with people. It's real easy to just say, hey, I'm gonna go take a smoke break, and at a certain point maybe that's what humans need, but also I don't know if it actually is the best solution to a lot of problems.
The dead justify defy their hate. I'll live again.
Let's see. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article, A Brief History of Dragon Quest. Which, okay. I don't know how you could give such a long-running series a brief history. But yeah. There definitely is a point where I would not want to go back and play the earliest of early Dragon Quest games. So
This is not the end.
I'd like to find a good starting point. And that probably is Dragon Quest XI. I think most of the Dragon Quest games actually are very well suited to be starting off points. Anyways, compared to some other RPG games. This is interesting. It's not a video game, but TechRaptor's reviewing a board game called Super Skill Pinball 4K, which the idea of trying to turn a pinball game into a board game, it's strange to say the least. It feels a bit sacrilegious in a lot of ways. I don't know why you would specifically take something so physical and so mechanical and so unique as a pinball game and try and boil it down into something that is so fictional and so disconnected from the better way it would be represented. I get the idea of trying to have virtual and video game versions of pinball machines because you're emulating the actual game to a high degree of accuracy or similarity at least. But looking at this board game, seems like you have a half pinball marker that cycles between different bumpers and then several different almost Yahtzee-like points. Yeah. It seems like maybe you have different kinds of almost like bingo cards that get used once. Says, get this game if you missed the glory days of the pinball bar, if you're looking for an innovative approach to roll and write genre. Avoid this game if you're looking for a game with a high player interactivity and you always spill your drink on the machine. Which, I imagine that second one's supposed to be a joke. Gamatsu has an article here. Far Cry 6 gameplay reveal is set for May 28th. So, we have not seen anything about Far Cry 6 in quite a while. It's past due for there to be some announcements around that. TechRaptor has some of their favorite Resident Evil Village mods. Here you have a baby head on one of the characters. Here you have a human head and an adult head on a baby character. A third-person mod. I'm a little surprised that that's not something you could just do by default. A more decrepit face on this character. Some other mods here. No adults mods being mentioned here. I know there's at least one nude mod that has come out for Resident Evil Village. It's fairly easy to accomplish that since they all seem to use the same technology these days. But it's never going to be like Skyrim with the mods either. Here's that game Graven, which I've seen two people talk about. It's mostly positive so far, so I'll just put it on the fall list.
Double check.
Think about it, I could easily see not putting it on the wish list. $22.49 English full audio. Let's see, do we want to destroy something? Do we want to draw cards? TechRaptor has a review for the Rust console edition, and I believe they said that it's starting to show its age as an engine and it's not running particularly well. Yeah. 6.0, the Rust console edition manages to capture some of the brutally difficult experience of the PC version, but poor control scheme and outdated mechanics make the overall game frustrating for fans. Pros, familiar Rust experience, excellent quick chat method, intuitive building mechanics, poor control schemes, the cons are poor control schemes, not enough servers, and outdated mechanics. I think a lot of these games definitely have first beta level experiments on some of their gameplay mechanics, and they never really figured out a good experience with their survival gameplays mechanics. Let's see, do we want to hit this? Or do we want to hit this? I think we want that on the field first. And then we'll play that. Here we have a game called Celesta, Crown of the Magistar review on Steam. On TechRaptor. Doesn't look particularly interesting. Looks like you create the dungeons. You give it a 7.0. A lot of fairly below 7.5 reviews today, which is not surprising. Celeste, Crown of the Magistar seeks to give all players the closest D&D 5e experience they can get without picking up any dice. While there are a number of bugs and glitches to work through, Celeste delivers a fun and challenging experience. Pros, it has D&D 5e's familiarity with a few interesting changes, which is listed as a con. It has an epic story arc, an interesting world builder, but then they have a con of lava spiders aren't the only bugs. Which is, I guess, a jokey way again to say it's buggy, which that could certainly fly over some people's heads, and they could take that sentence literally. Yeah, we have a game on Steam called The Witch's Maze, which is tagged as a first-person horror game. It looks awful. It is $1.99, English only. Yeah, these streams seem like they're going longer and longer. And so I guess we might be getting back to a point where we're having more games come out or more news to talk about. Speaking of big news, there's no physical BlizzCon for 2021, according to Blizzard. That's a big deal considering how BlizzCon pretty much is only about buying a overpriced ticket to go to BlizzCon so that you can get a free, exclusive mount or something for World of Warcraft, things along that line. And they were trying to push the whole digital ticket thing for BlizzCon, and people made fun of that. I don't know if people ended up actually buying them. Blizzard in general is still just hemorrhaging talent and player base.
Designs are like unhatched dragon eggs.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't have anything to announce. The speculation here by TechRaptor is that BlizzCon Online will happen sometime in early 2022, which they're not really confirming that even that's going to happen. Verge also had that same announcement. Gemetsu has Dragonstar Varner for Switch coming to the West this summer, which we have a trailer to see what this game is. Teen, scantily clad anime girls. We may have actually already talked about this game. Big, tense drama with, I'm sure, big, tense audio. Yep, that is just a tease. That doesn't tell you anything. Apparently it's an RPG. Okay.
All the fluffy hugs.
TechRaptor has an article here that Call of Duty has now banned 350,000 accounts in its anti-toxicity effort. Yeah, and they're consistently just proud of that. And I suppose the question to ask there is, as you're banning accounts and losing fans left and right, where are those people going? Like, are they getting frustrated and stopping playing Call of Duty games and playing something different? Or are they just getting frustrated and not playing video games at all? Are they signing up in droves to hate group meetings?
What a wonderfully cruel
I mean,
world.
that is the problem, certainly, with the idea of
Be gone.
a video game company thinking that they can be woke and change
It's all the same to me.
the attitudes, beliefs, or actions of people just by banning them. You're not really having a conversation, so clearly you're almost certainly driving them into the arms of some other form of
That's too
entertainment
bad.
or some other game. And, meanwhile, you're burning a lot of bridges. Almost assuredly, Call of Duty wasn't going to be a big, major game
Devour them all.
anyways, and any chances of bringing back an old fandom seems to be disappearing quickly. Not that I'm saying that they shouldn't or shouldn't be allowed to moderate their own
The best.
chat and try and remove actual player toxicity. The problem there, though, is the pride and the fact that either their game is attracting and increasing toxicity and creating toxicity, or
Personal.
that their standards are too specific, too high, not in line
Gone
with
now.
what an average person would believe
To spare or slay.
it
It's all
should
the
be.
same to me.
Like 300,000 sales is a lot of sales for a lot of indie developers. Like many game developers would love to see 300,000 units of their game sold. So the idea that you can just lose 350,000 players
A horror.
is weird, to say the least. Anyways, TechRaptor has an article. A new scavengers update wipes accounts and reworks the research. Which, okay. I don't know if they knew it was going to wipe the accounts or if that was just a accident. Let's see. Do we have anything else that we need to talk about? Well, I'm gonna play one more game because I want to do at least a little bit of fall list cleanup. Plus, we have the store, the April top sales releases for Steam. It's weird that you have this like triangle taking up the entirety of the screen. That's weird. We have a timeout there that takes us to the edge. We are still trying to get 2 victories. So yeah, there's just for the gems, as little as I actually use the gems because you don't earn enough of them. But just for the gems, you would want to keep on playing this. I guess I also need to reevaluate whether this deck is the helpful deck because I've been playing for like an hour and I've gotten only 1 victory. Anyways, top Steam releases for April's top 20. They have Cryofall, Tailspire, haven't heard of that. Legend of the Keeper's Care of a Dungeon. I'm gonna determine whether I want to even click on these, whether I'm interested. Cozy Grove, I will open that one. MotoGP 21. Oboe Tough Life. Trials of Fire. See, when you hover over these, they don't play immediately. They take a while to load. Saga Frontier Remastered. Element Tower Defense 2. Total Rome Remastered. R-Type Final 2. We'll just make sure that that's on the fall list. First Class Trouble. Near Replicant. Voxel Tycoon. Tabs is back in the top 20. Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. Outriders. Ultimate Admiral Age of Sail. I wonder if Tabs came out with new content. The Slormancer. So, yeah. Nothing super amazing there. They have a game that's mixed Smashed Legends as a free-to-play. And then remasters are getting their own separate category this time. Which apparently Element TD2 is a remaster. RPG. It's really just the same 20 games being highlighted over and over again. Surprisingly, no adult game. Like almost every month there is some adult content game that makes it in the top 20 sales list. But nothing being highlighted here unless I got logged out of my account and it's not showing me the adult games because of that. Let's see. This list here just brings you back to this. So yeah, Slormancer is on the fall list as a high action top-down twin stick shooter game. It's rated very positive, waiting for it to come out of early access. Near Replicant is very positive and already on my wish list. Which, yeah. That might work
It looks like I'm up.
fairly well.
Oh, come on!
If I played Near Replicant and then Near Automata, that would be 2 JRPG games to play only. That would work fairly well. Here we have First Class Trouble, which is rated very positive. Is it early access? Let's see, party game with online PvP only, and that's the reason. It's like a 3D Among Us game. People are liking it though. Cannot deny that.
Oh, come on!
You know, I really haven't seen a lot of influencers or YouTubers even playing games lately these days. That might have to do with YouTube suggestions. It might have to do with just maybe nobody's playing new games anymore. Here we have R-Type Final 2, which is on the following list, and really that just comes down to whether or not I want to play an R-Type game. I think probably yes, that should be on the wish list, so I'll just stick that on the wish list. Alright. Then we have a game called Saga Frontier Remastered, which is rated very positively. It's on the fall list. I'll have to decide about that. And then we have Hobo Tough Life, which is not on the fall list as a single player game. Not sure I really want to play an open world survival game where you play as a hobo, but I'll put it on the fall list. Anyways.
There is not a soul without sin.
I think someone's knocking on my door, so I'm gonna just wrap up and end this game in this series. And then we have Cozy Grove, which is already on the wish list. So, yep. There's nothing there. Let's see, I guess, if there's any new news. We just won't bother at all to try and cover the fall list cleanup. Yeah, I think the fall list cleanup is just going to constantly become this aspirational thing that never really happens, and then in one big burst we'll have to decide to do a whole bunch of it, if not all of it, in one long stream like I used to do, because I just don't think on a weekly basis I'm going to have a slow point.
My blade is autumn. I am the fallen leaf.
Interesting. ScumVM is moving their IRC chat to Libra chat instead of Freenode.net, because Freenode.net changed their policy rules. I don't know what the deeper story around that is, but I imagine it's probably not worth even researching. I'm just scrolling down my Twitter feed and trying to see if there's any new bit of news.
There is not a soul without sin.
Winds of light, show your might.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent. Let judgment fall.
Miasma pervades
go.
all.
Indie bundle for Palestinian aid will launch on itch.io this Saturday. This supports the UN Relief and Works Agency, and you pick up over 700 games if that's something you're interested in. Once again, I think it's fairly dangerous to step into politics, Middle Eastern politics in particular, and for video game companies to take that step seems like a bad idea. Although maybe things have changed, and maybe now most people are siding with Palestine a lot more than they ever have in the past. It does seem like, from a Western United States perspective, like that might be the case.
It looks like I'm up. Ow! You're kidding me.
Crystal Dynamics has announced a
Party invite right here.
Austin-based studio.
Let's play.
Crystal Dynamics is the studio behind Tomb Raider and Marvel Avengers. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if some people from Dallas, some people working at like what is it? Gearbox, decide to jump ship and go work for Crystal Dynamics instead. Let's see. I'm almost all the way through.
Zenith, for there I will rise.
Yes, go ahead. A new Sony investor relations document reveals that Uncharted 4: A Thief's End will be making its way to PC in the future. That's an interesting story. Although, at a certain point, the final game in a quadrilogy on PC doesn't make sense unless the other games are also on PC. And so you're definitely just in a holding pattern, I would say, or I would be in a holding pattern as far as actually trying to play those games until the 3 original games are also available. Yeah, I'm still scrolling down 4 different
I'm gonna rest for a bit.
Twitter feeds. Twitter's still messed up. Like, I have no idea what causes that to happen. I don't even think it really is my fault. Of course. Like most people, I think there's probably a percentage of things I think is not my fault that is my fault. Of course, there's a high percentage of people, of almost everybody, who will tell you everything is your fault if you let them. So I've often had to adopt a never admit defeat outwardly attitude while having inner doubts, which probably is not mentally healthy. But that is kind of the way that people have to live these days, because nobody gives you slack or respects you anymore if you admit your faults or admit you made a mistake, as much as they pretend like they do. I'm not in it, not particularly in this new whole cancel culture.
This is where I truly shine.
So, TechRaptor has an article here. New World in-game store won't sell Boost until 2022. New World is the Amazon MMO that they're working on that people were upset about them selling Boost. So Amazon has apparently come out and said that they won't do anything until 2022, which is not that far away. Here's TechRaptor's articles about Uncharted 4 PC release coming from PlayStation Studios. Also Days Gone. Also they're focusing on China and India and Spain. Is that Spain's map? And yeah. Seems like PlayStation's still looking for as much money as possible. Here is Gamasutra's article, Crystal Dynamics announcing a new Austin-based studio.
The wheel cycles on.
It'll be headed by Dallas Dickinson, which is a very Texas name since there's a city called Dallas in Texas. They got corporate tax incentives and a relatively low cost of living, although Austin is probably the highest cost of living. Of course, Gamasutra then throws in Texas legislature putting up several controversial bills, anti-transgender things that Gearbox weighed on, and anti-abortion legislation. So, yeah. The company's politics may not be in line with the politicians of Texas, or the people of Texas even. Who knows? Also, there was that huge blizzard that shut down nearly all of the power grid in Texas, so that is also a consideration to move those. Although almost certainly all of those factors didn't even weigh in, because Crystal Dynamics was probably working on moving to Austin like 10 years ago, and it's just been a very slow process. That would be my assumption. And compared to running out of Montreal, Quebec, I imagine Austin is cheaper. Let's see. Here we have a game on Steam called Sieben Stretches Nerdventure, which looks to be like a adventure game, kind of like a point-and-click adventure game. It looks interesting. Does it support English? Yes, English and German. Let's put that on the follow list. And then we have Warhammer Age of Sigmund Stormguard, which I'll put on the follow list. And we'll see about that. And then we have a game here called Vivid Night, which seems to be a long chain of characters that are your deck effectively. And so you're building this long chain of characters to fight in your RPG roguelike. There might be something to this. $14.99, English, Japanese full audio, also Chinese and Korean. I'll put that on the follow list. And yeah, with that, that's all the news that needs to be talked about. So we'll just end this stream here. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and get me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.